Pleasant good morning to everyone. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is hereby called to order. Of course, today is July the 1st, 2025, and this is the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and I'm the chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, Novel E. Francis Jr. Today, we have before us the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, as well as Sports Park and Recreation, and Property and Procurement. So we do have a long day before us, but nonetheless, we are poised and ready to undertake it. This time, Madam Clerk, can I have a roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca.
I'm here.
Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vele. Senator Vele, absent. Mr. Chair, 4 present, 3 absent.
Very well. We do have a quorum and prepared to proceed. Any correspondence to be read into the record, Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed with reading those correspondence.
Letter dated July 1st, 2025. Honorable Senator Novel E. Francis Jr., Chairman, Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, VI 00802. Dear Senator Francis Jr., please accept my sincere apologies as I am unable to attend the Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance scheduled for today, Tuesday, July 1st, 2025, due to a prior commitment. Kindly excuse my absence. I regret any inconvenience this may cause and thank you for your understanding. Respectfully, Maurice C. James, Esquire, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading of the correspondence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You could record Senator Maurice C. James as excused, and please proceed with the reading of today's agenda into the record.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance will meet on Tuesday, July 1, 2025, 10 a.m. in the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas to receive testimony on the fiscal year 2026 budget. Block 1, 10 a.m. to 12 noon, Bureau of Motor Vehicles. Invited testifier, Barbara Jackson McIntosh, Director. Block 2, 1 to 3 p.m., VI Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation. Invited testifier, Vincent Roberts, Commissioner nominee. Block 3, 3 to 5 p.m., VI Department of Property and Procurement. Invited testifier, Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner. This ends the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Very well. Thank you very much. I also want to recognize the presence of non-committee members, Senator Avery Lewis, the Secretary, as well as Carla J. Joseph. Morning, Senator. Welcome. All right. I also want to take this opportunity to say happy anniversary, happy wedding anniversary to my wife, Avril. Hopefully we get to have dinner later. I also want to extend a happy anniversary to my colleague, Senator Kurt VLA. He's not here yet, but certainly him and his beautiful wife, Wanda Figueroa VLA, is also celebrating their anniversary today. We do have the Bureau of Motor Vehicles seated and ready to go. So at this time, we'll go to the testifiers table and we'll introduce the director, first of all, and then her staff. If you just I'm sorry. I also recognize the presence of Angel Borges Jr. I thought I called your name during the roll call. I thought you remember you're always here. Sorry about that. All right, no problem. Barbara.
Good morning. My name is Barbara Jackson McIntosh, Director for the Bureau of Motor Vehicles.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Sproul, Assistant Director of Motor Vehicle.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Reese Cricky, Compliance Auditor of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles.
Good morning. My name is Linda Lloyd, Chief Financial Officer of the Bureau of Motor Vehicle.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Simonia Michelle, Deputy Director of Human Resources, Payroll and Labor Relations.
Good morning. My name is Mireya Smith. I'm the IT Project Manager for the Bureau of Motor Vehicles.
Very well. Welcome to all. At this time, we recognize the presence of committee member, Senator Kurt VLA. I did extend happy anniversary to you in your absence, sir. So happy anniversary to you and your beautiful wife, Wanda Figueroa VLA. You recognize your point of personal privilege.
Morning.
Please recognize the mic of Senator VLA.
Morning. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, St. Croix. I wanted to first, Mr. Chair, and that happy anniversary. As I asked him yesterday, how dare him have a meeting today? When he knows it's my anniversary, but it's also his anniversary. So happy anniversary to my wife of 26 years, and also happy anniversary to Avril and Novel. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Senate Majority Leader, Senator Kurt VLA. At this time, Director McIntosh, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Novel E. Francis, Chair of the Committee on Finance. Members of the Committee on Finance are the members of the 36th Legislature, the listening and viewing audience. I'm Barbara Jackson McIntosh, Director of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. I'm here with the members of the BMV team, Assistant Director Patrick Sproul, Ms. Muriel Smith, the IT Project Manager, Ms. Simona Michelle, Deputy Director of Human Resources, Payroll and Labor Relations, Ms. Linda Lloyd, Chief Financial Officer, and Mr. Reese Cricky, Compliance Auditor. We are here to provide testimony on our fiscal year 2026 budget for the operations of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. The mission of the BMV is to provide the public with driver's licensing, vehicle titling, vehicle registration services, and other business transactions required by law. Our vision is to be a leader in efficient and user-friendly government, which provides real-time solutions and access to the GVI services. The Bureau has two key divisions, the Administrative Support Services and Customer Services. Within the BMV, there are 5 functional activities, namely the Office of the Director, Administration, Driver's Licensing and Identification, Registration and Inspection, and Records Management and Information Systems. Currently, the BMV's personnel strength status is 63 authorized positions. We have 5 vacancies. We have completed the interview process for one of the vacancies and will begin interviewing for another position tomorrow. The other 3 vacancies will be posted shortly. All employees in the United Steelworkers Masters Union, as well as non-union classified employees, received their salary increases and back pay that were owed. I will take the opportunity at this time to congratulate our Employees of the Year, Ms. Linda Lloyd in the St. Croix District and Ms. Simonia Michelle in the St. Thomas St. John District. These employees were selected from among the team of hardworking and excellent employees who truly exemplify our motto, which is, excellence is all we do. The management of the BMV deeply appreciates you and the rest of our team members. For fiscal year 2026, the recommended budget for the BMV is $6,486,954. of which our recommended general fund appropriation is $3,596,365, $1 million from the BMV fund, and $1,890,589 from the personalized license plate fund. The general fund and BMV fund appropriations will be used for personnel services, while the PLP fund appropriation will be used for supplies, rent, utilities, maintenance, and operating expenses. We have projected that at the end of FY 2025, our revenue collections will be $10,550,813. As of May 30th, 2025, our revenue collections were $7,133,889. We are on track to meet our FY 2025 revenue goal that was set. And I may add, as of this morning, July 1st, our collections were $7,844,179. We are trending an average of $892,000 per month in collections. Our long-term vision for the BMV is a continuous improvement of our delivery of service through automation, the reduction of redundant processes, and the professional development of our staff. To measure our progress, we have identified 9 key performance indicators that capture and provide insight into our overall performance. We have set goals based on past performance, predicted trends, and considered the myriads of service delivery options and customer needs. To date, we have met 7 of the 9 goals that were set for this fiscal year. We are confident that we will reach the other 2 goals by the end of FY 2025. We continue to respond to the results of the KPIs by encouraging the usage of our online services, primarily for the renewal of driver's licenses and registrations, which are our 2 areas of concern. The staff continuously participates in training classes in various subject matters to include the BMV internal processes, cybersecurity, customer service, active threat, first aid CPR, ethics, fire extinguisher, document inspection, and sexual harassment. We continue to strengthen the customer communication channels via our online contact center that provides responses to customer inquiries, either using the virtual agent or customer service representative. The operation and process flow in all our offices continue to improve the BMV customer experience. The average wait time in the St. Thomas office has been consistently 30 minutes, except for the last 5 days of the month, our average wait time is 45 minutes. While in the St. Croix and St. John offices, the average wait time is 15 minutes, except for the last 3 days in the month, the average wait time is 20 minutes. We continue to collaborate with our strategic partners, such as the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, the Taxi Commission, Superior Court, the VI Internal Revenue Bureau, the Police Department, insurance providers, and the National Insurance Crime Bureau, just to name a few. This has allowed the BMV to leverage data and information as a means of improving internal accuracy and efficiency of documents issued. We have completed a major paper reduction initiative. The final process was evaluated and will be implemented next month, which is August. The goal of this initiative is to reduce costs and redundancies and improve accuracy and data entry. For FY 2026, our plan is to improve on our point system. We have received a grant award from the Office of Highway Safety to complete the implementation of the point system. The proposed cost is $237,089. The Bureau of Motor Vehicles has successfully completed the internal development of the VI point system process flow. This framework outlines the procedures for tracking excuse me, and managing driver violation points. However, implementation is currently pending a critical legislative amendment. Under the existing law, Title 20, Section 801 of the Virgin Islands Code, a driver who accumulates 12 or more points must have their license suspended through a formal petition to the court by the director of BMV to streamline enforcement and enhance road safety. We have requested an amendment that would authorize the BMV to administratively suspend the license once the 12-point threshold is reached, eliminating the need for court intervention. We have begun the preliminary work for the development and implementation of the Virgin Islands Commercial Driver's License. We are receiving ongoing training and technical assistance to aid us in the successful implementation. The process is slower than planned because of the various pieces and parts that must be considered, such as the required annual medical data, drug and alcohol requirement, entry-level driver training, testing records, problem driver points assigned to the CDL, public information and education, the BMV website update, USVI CDL manual, employer notification, and driving schools accreditation. May 7th, 2025 was the deadline for people who wish to utilize a Real ID identification card or Real ID driver's license as a travel document. Our Real ID is indeed real, as determined by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. We remind our customers that if you have a passport, green card, or any other valid travel documents, you do not have to use your Real ID. Upon approval of the fiscal year 2026 budget by this body, we at the BMV strongly believe that along with the grant funds, we will continue into FY 2026 to achieve our vision to be a leader in efficient and user-friendly government, which provides real-time solutions and access to GVI services. As we move forward, we will revolutionize how we provide services to our customers that will elevate, enhance, and personalize how our services are provided via exploring, investigating, and adopting the most creative platforms available. The BMV will also continue to work more efficiently, effectively, and economically to build customer value, while simultaneously being mindful to take equal care of both our employees and our customers. Mr. Chair, I thank you, the members of the Committee on Finance and other members of the 36th Legislature, for inviting me and Team BMV to present our fiscal year 2026 budget and to share with you a few of our accomplishments for the past year and our plans for FY 2026. We are prepared to answer your questions and engage in further discussion. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Director McIntosh, for your testimony. And again, congratulations and the Bureau of Motor Vehicles to you and your team. You continue to be one of those agencies within government that's continue to be recognized as being progressive. And even though you may have some of your challenges, you still continue to shine and make this government proud in terms of your improvement in a number of areas. I want to also recognize the mom of Miss Michelle Smith, who's Michelle, of course, is our track star and continue to set and break records, and currently an ambassador. So we want to recognize her as well and continue to wish her well in her endeavor as she continues to put St. Croix and the Virgin Islands on the map in all of her efforts. So I didn't want that to go unnoticed. As well as to commend your Employees of the Year, Miss Linda Lloyd, and Miss Simonia Michelle.
Yeah.
I want to also recognize them for their work. Just a couple of things real quickly. Of course, have you received all of your budget allotment for 2025, fiscal year 2025?
Yes, we have.
Have you seen any cuts, or you have received them as per the appropriations?
As per the appropriations, we have received.
No cuts. Okay. All right. At some point later on, there will be a request for the actuals, so you can start getting those together, actuals to date. And thank you for providing the real-time information in terms of your collection. We're in the neighborhood of $7,844,179. And of course, your projected goal for revenues is $10,550,813. Vendors payment, where are we with vendors payment?
We are up to date with vendors payment. We just have 3 outstanding. We're waiting on the supply contract to make those payments.
So all of your vendors are up to date in the payment?
Yes.
And those 3 that you mentioned, how long are they owed for? These are just recent?
No, they're for about 90 days. We still
30 or 90? Which
90.
one? 90 days?
Yes.
Okay. And how much is owed to those vendors?
for each is like 3,000. Yeah, so altogether it's like 6,000, but 350.
What's the challenge with paying those at this time?
We're waiting for approval of the supply contract. We can't proceed without that.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And in terms of your vacancies, I know you mentioned that you have 5 vacancies, 1 currently being processed, being filled, and then you have 1 in the pipeline with an interview tomorrow. So do you believe you'll be able to complete the other 3 within this fiscal year, or you'll be seeing some savings?
No, we will be. The PRS is actually going through the process.
Okay. Do you believe you have had any revenue loss?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think you have had
So no, that's not correct. As far as standard revenue that we see on an annual basis, yes. However, I believe with increased collections in our we have a lot of unregistered vehicles. So far for this fiscal year, up until May, we have $1.6 million in unregistered vehicles. And so if we are able to do that collection, that would be significant. Another area that we feel that we are losing revenues, and it's uninsured vehicles, right? So the system, unfortunately, we don't collect the data real time from the insurance companies, so it's very difficult for us to cancel registration for non-insurance. So for example, if you come in today, July 1st, and you register your vehicle, and your insurance ends 3 months down the road, we have to register you, and then now you become uninsured.
So what is the concern about closing the loop on that particular issue?
I believe that there should be some amendment where the registration and insurance need to end at the same time. I think that would help.
Yeah, that's hard to do, but yeah. But
Point of information.
that's rather hard to do. One point of information, Senator Fonseca.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands and the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, Director Jackson McIntosh. Real quickly, the status of the undocumented alien license, has that been suspended or that's still in progress?
I'm not sure what that question is, but it's a special purpose, limited purpose license. It was not an undocumented license. It's a special. Anybody
No,
could
my
get that
question-
license. So yeah,
No, my
the
question is,
license we are
are you-
still issuing.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
it's not that.
Very well. At this time, I'll go ahead and open up the floor for a 5-minute round. And the order that will go thus far is Angel Volquez Jr., Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Hubert Frederick is the first 4. Senator Volquez, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning to central staff, and good morning to the Bureau of Motor Vehicles leadership team. Director McIntosh, good morning.
Morning. Good morning, Senator.
You had a very good testimony. I want to thank you for all of the work that you do and continue to do along with your administrative team and everyone who works at the BMV. For the past few years, I must say that it's been very, very smooth when registering vehicles. I would like to see a little more changes in St. John, but that's a whole different discussion that we can have on the back end. But irregardless of that, the staff is happy and we continue to get things moving along. So thank you for that. I wanted to know, what enforcement mechanisms do you have in place to collect, delinquent fees or fines related to expirations of registrations or unlicensed drivers or violations?
As far as the BMV, if you don't register your vehicle, there's a fine. I don't know the number off my head, but it's a calculation. But that's all we do is late fees. That's all we can do.
I wanted to at least get that on the record. When was the last time those fees have been visited?
I don't know, but I know it has to be about 20 years.
Okay, I know that we moved to change some of the traffic violations here recently. I'm not sure if all of those fees are the fees that are on that same table, or if there's a separate table of fees that you utilize.
No, it's not the same table.
So it's not. So it hasn't been changed in 20 years.
Yes.
Okay. So those are one of the things that we would like to see or understand, so that if in fact it does need to be revisited, that we can do what we need to do here in this institution. As for the projected 10.5 million for fiscal year 2025, the revenue comes from online or in-person transactions. Could you tell me which one has the most growth potential in a sense of where you collect most of your revenues? Is it online or just in person at the BMV?
In person at the BMV.
In person at the BMV. Do you have any numbers that you could share with us pertinent to that?
I do, but not right now.
Not right
I
now.
could get it to you before the end of the session.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair to Director McIntosh to provide the numbers for in-person versus virtual collections for the past 2 fiscal years, if that's possible?
Yes, it's possible.
Okay, thank you. Has the BMV considered increasing or revisiting any processing or title transfer fees or license revenue licensure fees recently?
No, we haven't.
You haven't?
No.
Okay. I'm looking at things from a collection standpoint. I'm looking at things from a revenue generating standpoint right now, because the more revenues that you can collect, the less that you have to come to us to ask for. So I'm looking at it from that perspective. You also have 5.3% of the highway safety point system grant has been expended.
Yes.
What are the barriers preventing any faster utilization of this fund, and how long has it been in place?
This has been in place for a little over, almost a year. It's not a year. However, I don't look at it as a barrier, but we are going through the procurement process for the vendor. The rest of the money is basically for the vendor to enhance the system, and also we have recently made a request to hire a point system coordinator to assist in coordinating the various components of the program. So someone was identified, and we're hoping that person is actually an in-house person. So we're going to make that transfer pretty soon, and the rest is basically for the software.
Okay, and you also alluded to that the rollout of that system, in its full entirety, hinges on legislation. And what exactly, I mean, what happens if it doesn't pass? What happens to the grant? If we don't move the legislation in time, is there a time sensitive for the grant concerning the point system?
It is time sensitive. We have another year, but even if it doesn't, the legislation is not amended, which I'm confident that it will. Okay. We still have to move forward. The barrier is that now we have to petition the court, and because we met with the AGs. We met with the Attorney General office, and they basically expressed their concern about now having that extra workload of petitions that they now have to take to court, and the court already have their workload as well. So their concern is that the suspensions will not happen as fast as we would like them to.
1 minute.
Okay, very well. And when was the last time employees have received any raises at the BMV?
I want to say last year, but let me have Ms. Michelle, our HR Director, answer that.
Good morning, Simonia Michelle, Deputy Director of Human Resources, Payroll and Labor Relations, in fiscal year 25, Senator.
What month?
In fiscal year 25.
Okay, at the beginning of the fiscal year?
Yes. Yes, I would say that.
Okay. Concerning the vehicles, I think you said it's
30 seconds.
8 vehicles, and 2 are in poor condition. How poor of a condition are we talking about?
Very poor. One is inoperable. Something happened. They can't diagnose what the issue is. But it was an old vehicle. We held on to them for as long as we could. So they really went on their last leg. So we have to let them go. Okay.
Could you give me the split between islands? How many vehicles?
St. John has 1. St. Thomas has two functioning. And St. Croix has 3. St. Croix has 3.
3. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Well, I'll listen into the rest of the conversation, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. Before we go to the next senator, which will be Senator Blyden, Director, you didn't talk much about infrastructure improvement today. What's happening in both districts in regards to your build-out of facilities?
Let's talk about St. Croix first. St. Croix, as everyone knows, we're still in trailers. We really never received any monies to build a building on St. Croix. We received some monies from the FEMA project worksheet for improvement of a building that we can improve. The building is done. And so that's where we're at on St. Croix. We are actively looking, though, with the help of ODR. We are actively trying to find a spot where we could go. It's very difficult. What we have found, and I'm telling you, we went to 7 different places. What we have found, the issue is either parking, ingress, and egress. The same on St. Thomas. St. Thomas, we do have monies to build, and we have to demolish where we are, which we can't because the inspection lane is still there, and we can't demolish with them there. And so we thought we had a place up until a month ago, and that fell through. So in St. Thomas, we're actively looking for a relocation spot as well.
Do you have a cost estimate for what a facility will cost on St. Croix?
No, not current. The one we had was a few years ago, like 7 years ago, and that would have been about $3 million. It came in like 2 point something, almost $3 million.
I know that there was a proposal on the table to utilize the old Hovensa Training School as a facility. What's happening with that?
So that fell through as well because the in between trying to get the building together, the electrical was vandalized, like severely vandalized. So now we have to basically start all over again. The electrical is old, so which means you got to do. There's a lot of old stuff in there that had to be redone all over again. So the cost for us was prohibitive, so we really couldn't do it.
Is there any truth to that you have property across from the court, the Superior Court?
Not that I know of. No.
Not that you know of?
No.
Okay. Point of information, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My point of information stems from a comment that the chairman made pertinent to St. Croix, but in this case to St. John, especially with the facility there, which is also in a trailer. And I'm curious to know, have we looked into any designs? Because we could utilize, I know the footprint is small and there's a lot of congestion taking place there, but have a good design that has a small footprint with a drive-in bay on the bottom and then offices on the top. And that way people can just drive in on the bottom and get registered and come out. So, I mean, that's just a suggestion. I'm sure that these are things that you think about every single day, but what are we going to do? I know that there's retrofitting taking place, but in the long term, that facility also needs to be reconstructed.
Totally agree. And everything is possible with the appropriate funding, yes. Mm-hmm.
I agree. Well, if you have a quote, I suppose that you could always lobby us.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, Mr.
Thank you,
All
sir.
right, thank you. That concept was actually used back in 1980 when they designed the facility in St. Croix. You actually used to go and drive on there and do the inspection back then as well. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening and viewing audiences. Staff, Central Staff, good morning. Director McIntosh and your professional team there with you, and thank you so much for your testimony.
Good morning.
I must say, the Department of Motor Vehicles are doing a pretty good job. I go there all the time on purpose, just walk through, see what's going on in the space. Service has improved tremendously, and I must say, since moving to the country, it has actually improved a lot. But my question is speaking to issues with St. Croix and St. John in terms of a building. How much are you paying for that building over them all? How much are you paying annually?
How much? I'll ask Ms. Lloyd.
The building in Tutu Park,
Yeah, how much are you paying for rent?
right now is going up to like $6,428.
It's going up, you say?
Yes.
So they're
a month.
increasing?
Yeah, it went up this month. Yeah, every July it goes up.
And I believe with the other two spaces, when you do find a location is critical in terms of people getting to and from that area. Okay, I think that's a centralized location where it's at right now, but I think that's going to play a big role also. But that's a little steep. How much square footage are we speaking to?
I don't recall.
Okay, get that information to me, please. Thank you so much. Vacancy, I know you spoke about vacancies. You have 3 vacancies. Which island are those vacancies on? St. Thomas or St. Croix?
2 on St. Thomas and 1 on St. Croix.
And the 2 on St. Thomas is customer service or office manager?
Customer service.
And do you believe in terms of your revenue, once you hire those individuals, it would assist in increasing your revenue somewhat?
No, Senator.
Why not?
It would assist increase in our service delivery. Most of our issues are basically unregistered vehicles. So even though we add 2 persons, I can't say, well, for sure that people are going to come because we have 2 extra persons. What it will do is help us to move faster.
Okay, very well. You spoke in your testimony about training, etc., and customer service. In respect to training, how much was allotted for training this year, and how much do you have for training next year? And what do you expect as a result of the training that's coming forward in terms of outcomes?
Okay. While Mr. Lloyd is looking for the training figures, I must say that, okay, so I have the figures. Let me say. In 2025, our training budget was $6,670,000. So far, in 24, it's $6,670. So far, in 2025, we have spent $5,780. However, we have maybe 2 or 3 more trainings to go. So we will probably top off almost $10,000 in training. What we expect from training as what we are seeing now that's ongoing, we are really seeing a difference in the service delivery, the interaction with the customers. Sometimes, Senator, it's not always easy. The employees have to deal with irate customers, one after the other, all day long. And sometimes we forget that they're human, right? So that's why we continuously train in service and training, cultural. As a matter of fact, we had cultural diversity training as well. And so we are seeing a vast improvement in how we deliver services to our customers.
I can agree, and professional development of staff is very important. Let me ask you, in respect to the postal report, page 8, you have 2 grants. Both of them was, the first one, Office of Management and Budget, U.S. Treasury American Rescue Plan 2021. and the period have expired from 22 to 25, you have a balance of $63,000. You can tell me what those grant was for, and the second one, likewise.
1 minute.
198,000, but none. Oh, I'm sorry. All have been spent. I'm sorry. Yeah. What was that grant for? Sorry.
So
What was the purpose?
the grant was basically for personnel services. During COVID, we have gotten the money primarily we had a lot of backlog because people were not coming to the Bureau for services, or we couldn't accommodate folks at the Bureau. So we had to deal with that. And currently, and then we did some data cleanup with this money.
30 seconds.
The balance is currently to assist with the commercial driver's license program. We are trying to onboard someone to help us to deal with that. It's a huge program. So we're going to get some help.
And before my time is called, let me ask you in respect to the wait time. You spoke to St. Thomas average wait time is 30 minutes.
During a regular day, yes, normal.
I know. I'm talking about the end of the month. And St. Croix, 15 minutes. That's a whole 15 minutes difference. What have you seen in respect to the large difference in time? Is it staffing? Is it operation, how it's set up? What have you seen in terms of the difference in 15 whole minutes? Even though I feel that's good time based on what I've seen, but when I heard what you said, that's even excellent to me. Talk to me. What's going on?
Okay, so the difference is workload. And what in each office we have, well, especially on St. Thomas, we have business owners that we call couriers.
Oh, yeah.
So in St. Thomas, we have
a lot of those.
I think we have like 20 couriers. Yeah. In St. Croix, we have 10.
Oh.
And so there's a person that's dedicated to actually handling that segment of our customer base. Then so that's one person less, right? Because that's all they do. And then we have a lot of businesses in St. Thomas that does business through our online portal as opposed to St. Croix. While we have a person on each island that does businesses through the online system, St. Thomas has like triple that actually utilize the service. So that's why we have to hire the other 2 persons. Like right now it's a little slow because we are down 2 persons. So hiring 2 more persons, we believe, will assist us in increasing that a little further.
That makes sense. Now you can see the reason why there's such a large difference in terms of, because there's that's a lot of traffic basically. Even though it's not one person, but a person have like 15, 20, 30, 40 per carrier.
Per day.
So, correct, I know.
Yeah.
I see it on a regular. It explains it. Thank you so much for your response. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden, for your line of questions. I also want to recognize the presence of committee member, Senator Dwayne M. de Graaf. Good morning, Senator. Welcome. So recently I went to the BMV for my to renew my driver's license because it was my birthday last week, and it was in and out. I mean, I was out of there within 30 minutes. The whole process was very seamless, and certainly I want to commend Faustina. Again, she's been there a long time, back in my days as well, so she knows the system and is able to process these things real quickly. Do you have telecheck at your cashiers?
Yes, Senator.
Are you experiencing any return checks or bounce checks?
We are. We don't have a high volume at all. And when we do get them, I think we only have maybe 1 uncollected, but we're able to collect all. And then, of course, you can't use another check again. So.
Okay. Very well. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning again to the viewing and listening audience and colleagues and Director of BMV, Barbara Jackson McIntosh. I also want to say a good morning to former Senator, Assistant Director Patrick Sproul. Good morning. Okay, Director, so I wanted to follow up. So you said that Act 8790, which allows for the limited local purpose identification cards and operation license, it's still in effect. We are still issuing those licenses. Outline to me some of the qualifications and how that program has been going, and also has it had an impact, a positive impact on traffic accidents and more insured drivers on the road?
Senator, the limited purpose driver's license is still being issued because it's a license that's issued to everyone, not just a small segment of the population. And it was done primarily because the difference is okay, so let me explain. If you need a real ID, for example, you have to meet certain qualifications, such as you have to have lawful status, a social security card, and/or proof of social security, and 2 proof of physical address. However, if you don't, regardless of your status, and you don't have a social security card, you only have 1 proof of physical address, you will get a license anyway. So before, whether you were born here or not, or undocumented or not, if you didn't have all of the documents, you were denied a license. Now you have an opportunity to get one, regardless. As far as traffic accidents or incidents, we really I don't have any way of measuring who is committing accidents or not. That will have to be a coordinated effort between the police department and probably Office of Highway Safety if we receive those numbers, because those numbers don't come back to us.
Okay, thank you. Real quickly, I wanted to go to the highway user tax, and I want you to clarify this for me. When you buy a vehicle and you first register it, you pay a highway user tax of what, 16 cents per pound?
Senator, I don't know what the tax is. All I know is that the BMV, we verify that it is indeed paid. We have the ability to verify if it's paid. IRB is responsible for ensuring that the correct amount is collected.
Okay, and it's paid one time when you have the vehicle. In other words, every year you go to renew for your vehicle registration, you don't pay that tax again. It's only paid once. Am I correct?
Correct.
Good. So the highway user tax, you're hearing it from the director of the motor vehicle, is a tax that's paid one time. No matter how long you own that vehicle, as long as you're the owner, you pay that tax just once. If you have the vehicle for 25 years, you pay that tax just once. And you're hearing it from the director of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. Okay, I want to go quickly now I know you had an issue with the fraudulent, the scams, text messages. Has that been fixed? What's the update on that?
So, so far I have not heard of any reports or seen any because I got it myself. Because we did report it to the Bureau of Information Technology, who did report it through their channels, and I noticed that message has ceased.
Okay, good. Quickly now, I wanted to go, I didn't know if my time was called. Mr. Chair, if I can just wrap up.
Yes, Senator,
okay.
you may go ahead.
The unregistered vehicle, you mentioned that the lost revenues can be up to potentially 1.5 million. I know that's an enforcement issue. You reported to the VIPD. Any updates on that and what we need as legislators to be able to ensure the unregistered vehicles are reduced on the road? Anything that we need to hear about that and what we can do as legislators to assist the Bureau of Motor Vehicles?
As far as BMV is concerned, I don't want to speak for the police department, but we all agree it's an enforcement issue. And that's basically all I can say about the issue. We have done public information and education. We have done, we have a Facebook page, we have signs in the office, etc. And every month, we still see steady the same amount, up and down different people, for whatever their reason, would not register their vehicle. Another thing that we are seeing, I don't know, maybe we can address this too, is the Virgin Islands Code said that irrespective of your registration deadline. So let's say your registration ends today, June 1, you do have until the end of the month with no late fees to register your vehicle. So everybody comes at the end of the month. you know? And so that might be a little
30 seconds.
Yeah. So that's what we're saying as well. So it's a whole bunch of little things here and there that I feel that we probably could together look at the legislation and try to tighten up and to see if a little bit of this and a little bit of that would help.
All right, thank you. And congratulations on the awesome job. I too can vouch, like the chairman mentioned, to renew your driver's license is a much quicker process, and
Time.
It took me maybe 30 minutes to get mine renewed, and so that was pretty good. I went to St. John. Some of the drivers in St. Thomas doesn't know that you probably can go to St. John, but I went up there, and congratulations on meeting your goal. Your target goal for the revenues. That's always good to know that you're going to meet your goal, because you're bringing in about a little bit more than $10 million. So that's awesome, and that's good to know. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Blood, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director McIntosh. I do not agree with adding fines or fee for coming at the end of the month, but I think what you can do and should do, because a lot of people don't know this, you can come in much earlier. I think you need to let people know exactly how early you can come in to register a car, even though your car is due like this month. How early can you come to register a car? If you have to leave the island or territory, whatever, I think you can advertise that to people so they can come earlier to register. I think you need to speak to that right quick. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
May I?
Yes.
Senator, this agreement is very healthy. I like that. But you could come 3 months before to register your vehicle and renew your driver's license. You can do that online as well at bmv.vi.gov. You could register 3 months before online as well. And it makes it a whole lot easier if you do. And the reason why I stress that, because I honestly believe that maybe that's a deterrent. Because I'm telling you, the end of the month is very, very, very taxing. It's a whole lot of work. Well, the staff is up to the challenge, don't get me wrong. But I keep saying, we got to remember the human side of people. And so to lessen the frustration on everybody else, the customers, that's the only reason why I was suggesting that. I'm not agreeing with any rate increase either, but we're trying to find ways to make the process simpler.
Yeah, that's a 30-year issue. For 3 decades, we have battled that trying to get people in. It's just a mindset and a discipline concern. But yeah, for 30 years, we have had the same argument about where you see at the end of the month is where you see the infusion of vehicles, and it's gotten better. I remember days that the lines used to be all the way back out to the highway. Because of all the vehicles that was lined up just to be able to be inspected on those last 3 days. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone. I really want to also commend you and your team. My question is, and it's a follow-up to the previous, the gentleman from Savant who says he's from Bavoni. Question is that I wanted to ask, where are the IDs printed for your driver's license and your real ID?
In one of our offices, Senator. It's a real ID, and so based on our security measures, right? It's not printed real time simply because we have to double check everything that is done.
But where is the final one printed?
It's printed in the Virgin Islands, but it's not in the office.
It's not in office.
Yeah.
In which district?
I prefer not to say.
Because it used to be printed also in the St. Thomas, St. John district. Everybody knows.
No, it was never printed in the St. Thomas, St. John.
It was never?
Not as long as I was here, no.
I think that's an operation security issue. The director have indicated she don't wish to make that public at this time. Senator Fredericks, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A pleasant good morning, testifiers. Director McIntosh.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Good morning, sir.
My colleagues, my wonderful staff, central staff, listening and viewing audience. I'm excited to actually speak to this group because I think this is one of those efficient agencies in our government. They actually cost us less. And as everyone knows, I'm a cost freak. I think you should be commended for bringing in at least $3.5 million in additional revenues to this government. And you should still be able to have a place, a permanent place, a home, you know, bringing in that kind of revenue. So whatever we could do, I could do to help, definitely lean on us for that. I also want to acknowledge a very special person on your staff, Miss Marielle Smith, who is the mother of my godchild, Michelle Smith, who I am immensely proud of. I bought her first bike. She invited me to her baptism. This is a very personal relationship, and I want people to understand if we invest in athletics in the Virgin Islands, there can be some very important returns to us. Now, everyone is running around praising Michelle Smith, which we should, but keep in mind there are more Michelle Smiths out there, and they're just waiting for an opportunity. So we have to stay focused on that goal, colleagues. All right, let's get to business now. Director, let's talk about dollars and cents. I'm taking out the big Bible here, and I wanted to talk about changes in numbers here. We got professional services. The biggest one I saw was Omni System. What do they provide? How can we get that number down from $299?
Omni Systems is our contractor that does our processor, is our process software. And it's probably not going to go down. It probably is going to go up. Because as we try to improve on our services, there is a cost, meaning that the maintenance cost, like for example, we're now adding the point system to the software.
Yeah.
Somebody has to maintain that, so that may be a little bit more next year too. Okay. So if as long as we add services, that's why you're seeing that. And we're hoping within the next maybe 2 or 3 years, it will level off as we've completed all our updates. But yeah.
Okay, we'll let that one slide then. All right, let's see, security services. Last fiscal year was a little low, 24,180. Now we're proposing almost double that, 43,280. What's going on there? Are we acting up at the DMV?
No, we're not. Can I ask Ms. Lloyd, the CFO, to answer that?
Sure.
No, that was the increase of the vendor. Did increase from last fiscal year, so that's why it went up.
They did something differently or something?
No,
So why they just went up on the price like that?
I'm not sure, but
So we have to do a new RFP?
So that one is actually through a supply contract with Property and Procurement, and
Yes.
those are the people that pick up our monies and stuff. That's what that is.
Okay, I could do it. I mean, no problem. Let's see, travel seems to be popping up 3 times here, different categories, and it's always going in the direction I don't like to see. Why are we going up on travel?
We traditionally at the BMV, we didn't travel. We didn't go to conferences and stuff like that. And what I have found personally that we miss out on a lot when we don't do that. So we've made a decision for the last 2 years that we're going to start to be involved in some of the national conferences and networking, because those, we meet some great people who will help us along the way as a territory,
Yeah,
right?
I'm not going to knock that. That's a very good point. In terms of insurance, of course, this is a glaring one. Last fiscal year was 0.
1 minute.
Now we're at 75,000. Just bullet point quickly. Time is running out. Why is it $75,000? Is that commercial general liability?
no, that was for employees that were out. I'm sorry. That was for employees that were out, and that was the BMV portion to pay. Yeah, the health insurance.
Health insurance.
Yes.
Okay. You guys didn't have any donated leave?
30 seconds.
In terms of, this is another question outside of the numbers, abandoned vehicle IDs and fines. Is there any way to help us identify some of these vehicles that are thrown all over the place? You guys have the information on those vehicles to put it on a database so we could identify who the owners of these abandoned vehicles are so we could clean up the place?
Yeah, it's happening right now. We work with the Abandoned Task Force, and we provide them with that information.
Okay. I also I've noticed a lot of vehicles that have, Mr. Chair, please, a lot of vehicles that are unregistered and registered that have a tag, a current tag, but obviously you could tell they weren't inspected. They don't have proper lights, they're really banged up. What are we doing to reduce that? How are they getting a tag?
So I can't really say that they weren't inspected, but remember, anything happens after inspection.
No, they don't have windshields and all this stuff. They got tape all over the back and everything. I see a lot of these vehicles on the streets. I'm like, how are they getting through? Because I have to go through the process of properly getting my vehicle inspected. So someone is getting tags that we know. So what are we doing to make sure they're not getting these tags? Is there any way to inventory this?
Well,
it's happening. It's there.
So, Senator, I personally, I'm not at the inspection lane all day long, right? Maybe that's something that we need to look into if you're suggesting that, but we're not. I don't have an answer. I really don't have an honest answer.
They're not safe.
Because you're telling me, what I'm saying is that somebody's doing something wrong, right? But I can't say that because I'm not
saying
there.
There's something, and so we need to find out how a vehicle could be on our road legally when we see, obviously, they don't have what it's needed to be a legal vehicle on the road.
Your point is well taken.
Okay?
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, let's see if we could figure it out. But
Sure.
it's there.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the time.
Thank you
Go,
very much,
Michelle.
Senator Frederick. Director, in respect to, of course, you talk about paper reduction. How are you addressing the paper reduction, which I totally agree with? I think a third of our space is occupied a lot of times with paper. File boxes here, there, just a lot of paper. So I definitely support paper reduction.
So, for example, if someone comes to the BMV and, when you come, right, you get a receipt, a paper receipt. The ERP, which is a system that we use to collect revenues, have a feature where we can email you the receipt. So we have make it mandatory for the employees to request or ask if you would like to have an email receipt. Everybody doesn't, but and a lot of people do. So that's done. The major reduction though comes in the forms. So we have at the BMV we have 20, maybe 25, 30 forms. And it's like $1.50 to print a form. So instead of us having you to bring a form with your information that we already have, right? You have to complete the form. Then we scan the form into your profile so we can keep it on file and, it's saved in the cloud. Plus we have redundant backup, so we probably will have it for a very, very long time. And then you sign the form and then we trash the form. So to eliminate that, the software is being re-engineered, it was re-engineered so that your data will automatically be transferred to the same form electronically, and all you have to do is look at a screen that we're going to show you. You verify the information is correct, and we have an electronic signature pad where you sign on the pad, and that form is now automatically saved in your profile. So you don't have to bring a form, we don't have to print a form for you. Now, there are people who may still want to fill out a form because you're sending someone to do business on their behalf, etc. You still have forms available because it's going to be online, but the onus will mostly be on you to print a form and bring it in. So we are trying to avoid printing a lot of forms in the office. So that's basically what the concept is.
Okay, great. All right. So the next 4 speakers, it will be in the form of Senator Lewis, Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Kurt Vieira, and Senator DeGraff. Senator Lewis, you recognize for your 5 minutes at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning to the wonderful people of the Virgin Islands. Director McIntosh, on page 7 of the post-auditor's report, I see you have 2 positions removed and you created a CFO position. Has that position been filled?
Yes.
Okay, great. And what was the duties different from the fiscal officer to the CFO?
The fiscal officer's responsibility was basically, I call it mechanic, fill up papers, process to the ERP, etc. The CFO's responsibility is now to basically set the budget, create the budget, make sure the monies are spent as they should, the first line of approval before it gets to me, verify that the funds are available, make sure the reports are done in a timely manner, represent the agency with OMB and the Department of Finance, provide any information that is requested, prepare, like I said, reports, and make sure our budget has spent as they should. And projections. That's basically what the CFO does, everything.
Okay. And let's look at page 9 of the Post Auditor's report. I see there you have, under revenues. Let's look at personalized plates. There's an uptick from 2023, 2024, actuals, all the actuals are up. And in 2025, thus far we look like we're going to exceed, right?
Thus far, yes.
Thus far, what do you think is attributed to this?
To the
increase in it.
From last year?
Yeah.
No, from fiscal year 2024.
23, it went up. 24,
Right.
it went up.
And 25, it might slightly decrease. So 23 and 24, primarily it was because of the emancipation plates. When people had to bring in their plates, that was a significant increase.
So I'm not certain what's transparent in the Bureau, but now that you're here in front of me, what's really going on? You're taking away personalized plates and you only want them to utilize the government personalized plates, or how is that? Let's have some clarity here today.
Okay, I think you're talking about the personalized versus the vanity plates. So the vanity plates are those that are issued by organizations, right? They ask for an approval through the BMV. We have to ensure that it meets a certain criteria, tasteful, etc. And
Like for me, I have the cancer center plates on my vehicle.
Exactly. So once those are approved, the vendor has to be approved. The quality of the plate has to be approved because our plates meets a national standard, right?
Yes.
Fine. What we saw is it was an uptick in plates that had names and numbers just as the BMV plate. We had to take away, for example, we had 3 Psalm 23. It was no fault of the customer. I guess it was a system that was used back then. And there's a bunch of confusion among law enforcement, which is the correct plate, which is the correct number, etc. So I'm saying all of that to say it was meant to standardize. That's all it was meant to do, right? So if you go to Cancer Society, for example, I don't know what their call sign is, but
CK.
CK. So it would be CK and a number. They're no longer allowed to use a
1
name.
minute.
Right? If you want names
Yes.
on your plate, then you get one from the BMV. The other agencies are allowed to use their letters and a number. Standardized.
I don't want to debate it with you, but on the floor like this, but they're paying for it. So if I
1
come in
minute.
with my cancer center plate and I support in the Cancer Institute and I pay an additional to the DMV and I want to name Glory 1, Glory 2, Glory 3 and my vehicles,
But remember, it's a program that is designed and managed by the BMV. So for standardization, that's the process that we decided to use, again, because it was a lot of confusion and it was out of hand. Nobody knew who had what, so we had to do some kind of standardization.
Mr. Chair, just give me one last
30
question.
seconds.
Vitima has some grant funding to assist agencies with cyber assessments.
Yes.
Have you taken advantage of this? Are you aware of it?
I'm aware, and we did get funding in 23, and then in 24, we did finish our cybersecurity assessment beautifully, wonderfully, and we are fine, yes.
Time.
So you have taken advantage of hardening the infrastructure, you're working on that?
We've done all of that, yes.
Okay, good.
With BIT.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll come back for another burning question at another time.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis, for your line of questions. Director, in regards to your KPIs, who's ultimately responsible for tracking and monitoring your KPIs?
Mr. Cricky is our compliance auditor. He does the daily monitoring and tracking and then report it back to me.
Okay, and I see that you are your 7 out of 9 KPIs seems to be in order.
Yes.
What's going on with the other 2?
The other 2 is online. So again, we are maybe a couple of percentage points away from meeting our goal, but coupled with the advertisement, like I said, we are big on our Facebook page. We have a newsletter. We did a special edition of the newsletter in office. Myself and some of the staff going out talking to people about online. We still have people who prefer, to come into the office. So, yeah.
How is the morale of BMV employees at this time? What grade would you give them?
A scale of 1 to 10?
Yes, ma'am.
I would say an 8.
8.
Yeah, I would say an 8.
Okay. That's good. What are the biggest challenge or concern that they bring to your attention? They're concerned with?
In St. Croix, it's our facility. Yeah, it's our facility.
And then St. Thomas?
And St. John, too.
St. Thomas.
St. Croix and St. John is our facility. St. Thomas, I would say it's a combination of stuff, and most of it is staffing and flow, which is why we're trying to hire more people for the St. Thomas office.
Okay, very well. Thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Carla J. Joseph. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I have some questions to ask as well, and it deals with the operational, but I'm hoping that the chairperson of the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection will call you in so we could have at least a status update. We haven't had one for a bit, and it's definitely needed, especially when I'm asking questions regarding the Real ID. So I'm hoping that would happen sooner than later. Let me just ask you a couple of questions, and it deals with primarily the budget. I want to focus on that. You recall that I think it was in 2023, we passed monies, percentage supposed to go towards from the personalized license plate for the new 175th Emancipation Commemoration that's supposed to go to the VI Historical Commemorative Fund. It's here on page 9. What percentage, how many license plates were sold? Would you be able to give us that?
I can, but not right now.
Okay. Through the chair, kindly provide that information. For each fiscal year, I will need it for fiscal year 2023, 2024, and of course our current fiscal year 2025. That would be very helpful. Now, do you know how much money was transferred to the Virgin Islands Historical Commemorative Fund based on, let me get this act out, buddy.
23.
Based on the act.
That's how much we put in.
8690. Do you know how much money was transferred for each fiscal year?
Yes, we do.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you kindly provide that information for the record?
Go ahead. Can I ask Ms. Lloyd to provide it, Senator?
I'm sorry?
Ms. Lloyd, can I ask her to do this?
Oh, yes. Ms. Lloyd, kindly
Yes.
proceed. Thank you.
Yes, for fiscal year 2023, it was $358,420. And for fiscal year 2024, it was $234,487. And as of May of fiscal year 25 is $18,761.55.
Okay, so our post-auditor report on page 9 is accurate, just making sure, because they have it listed here as well. I wanted to also ask you, relative to the your operating budget. You have an operating budget for your personnel cost in the amount of, and this is just a general fund I'm focusing on, for $2,307.19. Is that sufficient for you?
For the general fund, yes.
Yes. Okay. And with your vacancies coming on, how much do you think that you will need to fill your vacant position, not including the fringe. Keep them separate, the vacant and the fringe separate. How much would you need for personnel, and then how much you would need for your vacant position, for your fringe? Mr. Chairman, please hold my time.
Yeah, we're looking in the book.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, please hold my time.
Please hold us another time while they look for the information. You can move on to another question in the meantime.
Okay. You want me to move on to the next budget question, Mr. Chairman? Okay, I can do so. Also, I wanted to follow up.
We have the figure.
You have it right
Yes,
now? Okay,
yes.
good.
Ms. Michelle will respond.
Okay.
Simonia Michelle, General Fund, $168,705.
168.
Yes.
The last three figures.
705.
705. And that's just personnel and your fringe.
Fringe is 90,161.
161. Okay, thank you. And that's to fill how many vacancies?
This is for 4 vacancies, and this is
1
on the
minute.
general fund.
Okay. Okay. I want to go back to the personalized license plate, and I know you're going to provide that information to the chair, but I wanted to ask if you have a difference between the personalized license plate and the commemorative license plate. Is it all of the monies for the personalized license plate?
30 seconds.
When the percentage, which was about $15, if I remember the act, I should, because that was my amendment. $15 for each one sold that went into the commemorative, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I also want to, before I end, I want to really commend you and your team. I too went to renew my driver's license and also my vehicle registration last week, and it was very, very
Time.
prompt. And Mr. Chairman, I'm closing out. Thank you so much, kindly. Was very precise. I enjoyed the experience, and I've gone there undercover as well, undercover in disguise, and the staff you have there are really professional. So I really want to commend your staff, commend your 2 employees of the year. The only thing is the staff said they would like to see former Senator Patrick Sproul out there because he's located in a different area, but they spoke so well about him, and they would like to see him out there working with them in the trenches, as I saw before. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. That seemed like a backhand compliment, right? Thank you so much, Senator Joseph. Real quickly, point of information, Senator Lewis.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director McIntosh,
Yes,
you have indicated that 7 out of your 9 key performance indicators were met in FY 2025.
Yes.
In your
Yes, Senator.
testimony, right? Can you specify which 2 KPIs fell short and what corrective actions are being taken for FY 2026?
Online services.
Okay, good. I will think do it.
Yeah.
I tell you.
Got a follow-up to that?
No.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Before we go on to the next senator, which will be Senator VLA, I saw that in your FY 24, you expended about $23,000 in overtime. In FY 25 thus far, you're trending significantly downwards, about $3,000. What is being an 8 to 5 operation? Where are you utilizing overtime? That's on a weekend coverage and after hour coverage?
Weekend, after hours, and yesterday.
And,
you know,
what?
yesterday we had a significant number of people. Employees have to stay after 5. You know, if you're in the building at 4 o'clock, you know, it's nothing we can do but serve you. So every now and then we don't have that happen a lot, but that last year was basically weekend and weekend coverage. You know, we had to do that.
Very well. Senator Viola, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Tessin. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And once again, good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands.
Good morning, sir.
A good move in terms of trying to implement the commercial driver's license. Do you expect that to be a revenue generator?
Yes, Senator.
You have any projections?
None, no.
Okay. So how are you thinking about that? That you'll give all the existing commercial drivers 90 days or a period of days in order to come in and begin the process? Or is this going to require testing, et cetera, or?
It's going to require training and testing, and it's not it's a lengthy process.
Okay.
Well, lengthy in terms of the individual, and unfortunately, it's not a system where we could grandfather people in.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask you that because you have truck drivers that have been driving for 30 and 40 years, who are now going to say, why should I have to come in? So how are we going to be able to bridge that gap that they understand it's just more than driving, there are also safety issues, et cetera?
Correct. So, and that's where training comes in. And so our plan is to basically train these individuals so that they'll be able to help them through the process. Unfortunately, for us,
that's good. I just want to begin to probe the question as to how we're going to be able to bridge that gap. In reference to you finding a permanent spot, because the complaint on St. Croix have really been location, and sometimes the modular units not working the way they're supposed to, whether it's AC, etc. And the ladies and guys are working in the environment. They do a really good job. I know you go there, they're very receptive. They work hard to get you out. I heard the question about the Hovensa Training School, and you said that there was an issue with electricity and the wires are old, which we expect. But have you received a quote as to what it would cost to refurbish that particular site with electricity, plumbing, etc., to be able to move motor vehicle there?
Yes, Senator, we received a quote.
What's the quote?
It run us to almost $8 million. That's a quote we received.
So you had a quote to build a building for $3 million and a quote to refurbish a building for $8 million?
Yes.
Okay, yes. That one didn't make any sense at all. That doesn't make sense. I'll talk to you offline about that. You know what the issue that I have, and I can move on. Whenever this government rent a building from somebody, the quote to refurbish a building seems to be reasonable. But when it comes to this government to refurbish their own building, the quote is astronomical. But we'll rent out that same building to somebody on the commercial side, and they'll refurbish it for a couple $100,000 and have it running. And I'll deal with PMP with that later. In terms of actuals, page 5 of the post-audit report, that are your actuals up to May 31st, or do you have actuals up to June? Well, what actuals do you have?
We have up until May 31st. You haven't run June as yet.
Okay. Based on the monies that you're spending thus far, are you going to utilize the full allotment that you received for FY25?
Yes, Senator, we would.
For personnel?
Yes. Well, for personnel, no. We may have some gaps because remember we have vacancies, so we will have a little overage. Yeah.
Okay. So, but you're projected in FY26 for 4 vacant positions?
It will be full, yes.
And what are those 4 positions?
One is another compliance auditor, and 3 customer service.
Okay. Do those positions exist right now? Are they vacant right now?
Yes, Senator.
So are you trying to recruit individuals to those positions?
Yes, we did. The compliance auditors, we're going to interview tomorrow. We've already chosen 1 customer service, and we have 2 PRs outstanding for the other 2.
Okay, so by the time FY26 hits, you expect to have no vacancies?
No vacancies, yes.
Okay. And it's included in your budget?
Yes, Senator.
At 100%?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Your collections. I'm looking at your personalized license plate. So you're projecting a slight increase in collections for fiscal year 2026?
Yes, yes, we are.
And you're projecting that for this fiscal year, you're going to meet the 2.194 million?
Yes, we are.
As you're only up to 1.2. At the end of May, you have 4 months. Okay. The peace officer training, what is that fund?
It's for the post, the peace officer standard and training. So the Virgin Islands Code said that for most of our services, $2 goes to post to fund that agency. So that's what that's for.
Okay. And you think you're going to realize that amount?
Yes, Senator.
Your projection for the Transportation Trust Fund, you going to meet that 7.3?
Yes. Yes, we will.
Okay. Do you have any ideas as to
1 minute?
We could be able to limit the number of individuals that are driving without registered cars or the number of commercial vehicles that come on island and just go straight to work sites and don't come to DMV? Is there a need for, especially in the commercial part? 'Cause we have companies that are bringing in a lot of stuff, dump trucks, everything, and a lot of them driving on the road. Should there be a penalty for those, or is there any way that through ODR or through any other government entity
30 seconds.
hiring these contractors that are part of the contract that they're going to sign with PMP, that it includes language that all vehicles brought into the island must be registered with DMV?
Currently, I personally think the system is working well. Let me tell you why. Because we have the special permit provisions where the vehicle cannot leave the port until they receive a permit from us, which means we have to ensure they pay the road tax, etc.
And the shipping companies are complying with that?
Yeah, they are complying.
Okay.
You know, we have a little hiccup here and there, but for the most part, they are complying. So that, if you notice, we're not seeing a lot of vehicles with foreign plates like we used to, right? The issue is, after they leave the BMV, now they're in our system, right? We give them a permit to go get the vehicle to come back to us. If they don't return, enforcement now has the information available. So they know who these vehicles belong to because they're already in the system. So I would say the second part of that is we really have to beef up enforcement.
But you're not over the enforcement
We're
component?
not, no. We provide the information every month. We provide the information so that they will have it if they need it to do the enforcement.
So you provide it to the traffic division of the police department?
We actually provide it to the commissioner's office.
And that is done in writing?
That is what, sir?
Is it documented that it said that we had X amount of vehicles that received this special permit to leave the port? They were supposed to register within 60 days. They did not. They belong to company X.
So we don't separate it out by, you know, the vehicle coming. We just send all vehicles. Yeah, it's not like a special identifier. So all unregistered vehicles, that would be included, yes. So that's a thought. We could do that too, yes. We could run the report like that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Viola. My thought on that is that I think the delta or the issue of concern may be the payment of the road tax because these vehicles are brought in for government use and government projects. There may be a waiver generated as a result of that. So we should do a complete deep dive and just to make sure that we're covering all the bases on that particular issue, because I think there may be a delta there. You agree? I don't know. Are you seeing that those vehicles, those heavy equipment vehicles, even if they're brought in for government use projects and government use projects, that they're paying users the tax users fee, the road tax?
Yeah. Well, I can't tell you right now. No, it's kind of hard. I have to run the numbers to tell.
Yeah.
But I have never really seen a lot of requests for waiving of any road tax. I've not seen a lot of.
Well, it wouldn't come to you. I mean, obviously those might be generated between IRB and you know, through maybe ODR and whoever might be responsible for those, because there's a tremendous amount of heavy vehicles we know are imported to work on these job sites. They don't have any license plates on them. The low boys, the tracos and tractors and all those, you know, the dump trucks and stuff. There's no license plate on a lot of those. So you know, so I'm not sure that they're paying it. It's something that we should perhaps take a deeper dive on and just see what's happening in that space.
Okay, well.
All right. Point of information, Senator Fonseca.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Director McIntosh, your lease in the Tutu Park Mall, I think it's up June of next year. Wow, time goes by fast. And didn't realize you've been out there since 2021. The former headquarters down across from Pueblo, what are your plans?
That site is scheduled for demolition, and once demolished, the current plan is to rebuild on that site.
You have any time frame when you're gonna go back down there?
No, Senator.
You had no rent there. That's government property, right?
Yes, Senator. It's government property.
So who's in charge of it? ODR or who is it a FEMA funded DSR project, or where's the funding coming from?
It's a FEMA funded project.
Okay, but there's no time frame when you're gonna move back.
Not at this time, Senator.
Okay, thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Fredericks, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Director McIntosh, with respect to the discussion we were just having with the chair about vehicles coming in that are not registered, as a insurance broker, I could tell you that was indeed a problem on our end, because some of those vehicles were involved in accidents and caused property damage and some cases personal injuries, and they weren't legally supposed to be on the road. So how do we ensure that the next crew that's coming in, because we've got, a whole bunch of construction people coming in, what are we gonna do to make sure that doesn't become a problem again?
We can do some more enforcement with DLCA and the police department. And the reason why I said that is because according to the special permit law, if the shipping company releases a vehicle without getting a special permit, I think it's like $1,500 fine per vehicle. And so maybe that could be a way to curb that. If they're not reporting or not, if they're releasing a vehicle without a permit. So we only get, whenever they come to us, to come to get the permit, that's when we know. We only know what we know.
But the permit doesn't require insurance.
True, but as far as enforcement is concerned, or collection, as to your question, right? We will not be able to provide the information if we don't know.
So we just need to close that gap.
We need to close
so that
gap.
there's insurance.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Before we go to the next senator, which will be Senator DeGraff, in the conversation with the CDL, the VI CDL, is that being done, that's the commercial driver's license, is that being in conjunction with the Virgin Islands Office of Highway Safety?
Yes, and the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, yes.
Okay. Is there any funding that's being made available to support the upstart of that?
So for the coordinator's position, the person to put it together, that's from the ARPA funds. However, because traditionally we're not part of the federal CDL program, that funding is not available to us.
Available.
Yes.
Okay. And have you received any other funds, whether by ARPA, CARES, which has really should have been depleted, or the Office of Insular Affairs? Have there been any funding that come to you for any particular initiative?
No, Senator.
No. Okay, all right. Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Director, your team, I heard that they say you're operating so-so. They're totally wrong. Your team operating outstanding.
Thank you.
And the money you're generating for the territory and everything, excellent. Now, how much is your ask for 2026, the total, general fund?
For 2026, our ask for the general fund is $3 million. Oh, let's look together. For the general fund.
You gotta look for it? Okay.
Yeah, it's right here.
Okay, so you have it?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Lloyd would answer.
Sure. Keep your papers ready, Ms. Lloyd. I got a series of questions for you.
Yes. For the general fund, it's $3,596,365.
Okay, so that's less than 25 budget. How come? Anybody in BMV receive any wage increases for 25?
Yes,
They
yes,
have.
we do.
They have, but then your total amount gone down in personal and fringe.
Because we are not expecting any raises for next fiscal year, because they all was received this fiscal year.
I'm sorry, can you give your name, please?
I'm sorry, Linda Lloyd.
Yeah, she's a remote right now.
CFO.
So our reporter is remote, so. Yeah.
Okay, Linda Lloyd. Okay, so how much personnel do you have total?
Simonia Michelle, we have 63 personnel.
63. Okay, so that's up from 25. And people receive wage increases in 25.
That is correct, Senator.
Everyone?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any retro owed?
No, there isn't any retro owed.
Okay, good. So you receive wage increases. Your allotment in 25 was personnel, 2,373,062. So your total came to 3,656,910. So how come we gone down? If everyone received wage increases in 25,
Yes.
how does your overall personal and fringe go down? What are we missing? Your ask is 3,596,000. Your allotment for, according to Act 8916 for Bureau of Motor Vehicles, is 3,656,000.
The reason why it went down because we were budgeted last fiscal year for the increase, the retro increase, so that's why it was high.
Okay, last year you had 52 positions, and you had 4 transfers to the general fund.
That is correct.
Right. So now this year you have 63. So was it 52 plus 4 made it 56 for this year?
No.
It's 52 overall.
No, we have a total of 51 positions on the general fund, and we have 12 on the BMV fund. So that makes it 63.
Okay, and BMV fund.
Yes,
Okay,
two
I see what you're
separate
saying. That's where you pick up more off of. Okay, good. Now, at one point, you had put out olive branch to taxi commission in terms of working out there, but have you taken advantage of that?
They don't have to because they're back in their regular spot, and from what I visited, and they seem to be doing fine.
One minute.
No, I knew you offered assistance. I just wanted to make
Yes, I
sure.
did.
Okay. Now, can I have your actual? What was your last allotment that you received? The total amount, and then I want to broken down into personal fringe and so forth.
For this fiscal year?
For this fiscal year,
Yes.
your last allotment, and what time frame was it? 1 month?
Yes, our last allotment, you want it breakdown?
Well, give me the
30
The
seconds.
full amount was $2,742,572. $2,007,402,572, 79 cents. That's 75% received so far.
Oh, okay. So you're saying your total 2,742,572,
Time.
79. That's the total of all your allotments.
Thus far, yes.
Okay. So your latest allotment was received when? The third one. No. I'm gonna get to the actuals now. You just gave me the overall total allotments that you received.
Allotment, yes.
So that you didn't receive in a lump sum. Was that broken down?
No, it was breakdown.
So
you
how
want-
much was your last allotment,
Okay.
if you have it broken down that way?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and then I'll go into the actuals and then I'll be completed.
Yes, the last allotment received was June 12th. And the personnel was 197,000.
No, okay, before you get into the actuals,
Yes.
the total amount was received. On June 12, 25, how much did you receive?
$304,730.31.
Okay, now can I get the personnel?
Yes, personnel is $197,747.26.
Okay.
And fringe is $106,983.
Okay, supplies? You don't get that off your general fund?
No.
Supplies, other services?
No,
Okay.
just
cool.
personnel and
Okay,
fringe.
just personnel and your fringe. Okay, 197. Yeah, they gone down. So just from the general fund. So before I close out, how much is actually picked up on the BMV fund?
How much was allotted?
Of the personnel and fringe?
As of the last allotment received was May 8th for BMV. Out of overall was $83,330.
Okay, BMV fund. Okay, and no GS employees?
No.
Okay.
GS?
Yes, general service, what they have on a contract? Yeah.
Yes, Simone and Michelle, we have 3 GS employees.
3 GS,
Yes.
okay.
2 of the positions are filled, and of course, 1 is vacant.
Okay, 1 vacant, okay, 2 filled, 1 vacant. And the vacant is filled is at what, 50%, 100%?
50%.
50%. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. And in terms of what are you paying for utilities?
Our utilities is, what we paid so far
Yeah.
is $75,867.25. That's utilities thus far, May 31st.
Okay. And are you part of the single-payer utilities?
Yes,
You are? Okay. So that money is taken off the top?
it is.
All right. I think that completes this round. I'll do a 2-minute recess, and then we'll come back and allow for any burning questions. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance stands in recess for 2 minutes.
Some water.
The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is out of recess, and we have before us today the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. Real quickly, before we go for burning questions by my colleagues, without revealing any operation security, can you provide some reassurance in regards to our cybersecurity of the bureaus?
Senator, I can preliminary summary, but can I please ask Ms. Smith, our IT manager, to answer that question?
Sure. Ms. Smith?
So for our cybersecurity assessment, we're working.
Please give your name. Please put your name on the record.
Go closer, Ms. Smith.
Mireille Smith. We work in conjunction with BIT for our cybersecurity assessment. We had a contractor that did the assessment, and they provided a report to us. And then we attacked basically all the issues that we had, and we completed. We utilized all our funding that we had available through the grant.
Okay, very well. So we're pretty comfortable that we know that there's always these cybersecurity concerns lurking out there, and phishing and everything else that's going on. But you're pretty comfortable that at this point that you do have the necessary mechanism in place to protect our system.
Yes, we're very comfortable that we have the mechanisms in place.
Excellent. Any burning questions from my colleagues? Senator Blyden, you recognize your burning question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director McIntosh, let me inquire in respect to the CDL license and all that's involved in actually getting that accomplished. Of course, the Department of Transportation also will be involved in that. And I know you say you don't have any estimate as yet for that project. What the time frame, number one, you anticipate having that completed? And is it going to be within next fiscal year? And if so, do you have a assessment of how many big trucks, etc., large vehicles that will require drivers to drive those vehicles moving forward, and an estimated amount in revenue that we will anticipate as a result of fulfilling that task? Can you speak to that, please?
I do have that figure, Senator, but not readily available. We have it, Ms. Smith will be able to provide it to us, but I can't give it to you right now.
Okay, and that's a huge lift. It's not that simple. It's a huge lift.
Yeah.
Honestly. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Blyden, any other burning? Senator Bielli, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. McIntosh, in reference to going back to the special permit, because I'm just trying to think as to how we could capture those funds that are not coming to the department, and also to make sure that those vehicles become insured. Do you believe you need an enforcement component?
Yes, Senator.
What's your idea around that? An enforcement component at your entity?
Yes, Senator. An enforcement component at our entity for just to ensure that vehicles that should have had a special permit coming to us, so that at least we could have them in the system, and those who didn't come, because we would be able to have our enforcement officers primarily at the port. That's where the vehicles come in. So if we had somebody there, we would have been able to have an accurate count. Now, we do get reports from the shipping companies as to the vehicles that are shipped in, right? We do, I have to say in all fairness, they send it to us. So we need to be able to compare what we received to what actually came off the ship.
Okay, and I'm also thinking about follow-up, so that in the event that they don't come back to the Bureau, that somebody will be calling to follow up to make sure that they're complying with all the rules and regs of the Virgin Islands, to include insurance, making sure that the vehicle is licensed and registered.
Yes, enforcement will definitely help with that.
Okay, does that need to be somebody that has that goes through the academy, or can we create a position, peace officer, or can you just create a separate position where that person, that's all a person does? They coordinate with the port, they follow up in terms of making phone calls to make sure that these entities come back in, and then we tweak the law to put in some fines if they don't comply after blah, 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 they'll be assessed a fine of X amount.
Yes, I think we can have another, I don't see us needing a full police department or police officer, but some of the peace officer status can work as well, yes.
Okay, if you could give it to some more thought. I'm thinking about something as immediate as possible. Some peace officer will take a while to go through the training, but I'm thinking if you just have, I don't know what name you'd call it, but a person is stationed at the port. They go through all of the data, and they follow up to make sure that every vehicle that receives a special permit is going to come and register at BMV. I mean, they get all the information, they get the name, etc., and then they follow up. They check to see the 30-day period expired, was this vehicle registered? If not, they give them a call, they say, hey, you need to come. Because I think the position can pay for itself.
Yeah, but so if you're thinking in that terms, any one of our administrative positions could do that.
Okay.
Yeah, so we need to look at the job description for our administrative positions, and yes, we can do that.
Okay, your position could do it, but do you need a position, or you could utilize one of your present position?
We can utilize our present position. As a matter of fact, one of the things that we're going to do starting on St. Croix very soon is we're going to have someone stationed either at the port or in the building at IRB on St. Croix, so that when you pay for your special permit, you don't have to go down to the BMV to get a special permit, then go back to the port to get the vehicle and come back. Everything will be in one place. So that person could either be, which we were going to do IRB, but that person, if you get a spot at the port, right, that person could be there as well. So when you get off when you get your paperwork from the shipping company, once you have your insurance, you pay at IRB, that person is going to be right there to ensure that occur, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. And I would suggest that you reassess the ability to use the old Hovensa training building, that we perhaps ask Public Works to give us an estimate as to what it would actually cost, because the amount that you are given is definitely, I can't fathom where they came up with a number. You didn't ask them to build a whole new building. So I just think a number of individuals are being quite ridiculous. We were just privy to a meeting in which National Guard yesterday, in which we were not able to spend some $20 million for the new aviation building because the cost was so high that the federal government didn't allow us to proceed in that manner, and they had to use the money for something else. So we need to get a more reasonable amount, and we'll see how we could push it through PMP or through Public Works. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator VLA. Before we go to the next senator for his burning question, which will be Senator Frederick, I want to ask you, I know that there was some discussion in respect to a combination or combining of voters registration with BMV. Where are we within that discussion? Is that something that has been abandoned, tabled, or is there still a live discussion in respect to that?
There's no live discussion, Senator. We were prepared somewhat to assist in that effort, but it's up to the election system. Yeah.
So you said there's no active discussion occurring there with that currently, or
no? There's no active discussion.
Has been abandoned. Can you say you were prepared? There were discussion being had about that, correct?
Yes, there were discussions had about that, but we haven't really heard anything lately. The last conversation was that I guess they had other focus, but that's not happening.
Okay, very well. Senator Hubert Frederick, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Director, just to emphasize the complexity with this CDL law, last storm we had the same issue where they were recruiting drivers off the streets, and they were driving up and down our streets in heavy equipment without a CDL license. We're trying to improve our situation here. What is going to prevent us from going through this right now? Because they're beginning to come to do these construction projects, and we really need to make sure that we get a good handle on that. So if they are properly licensed, we need to know.
Are you referring to people on island or people who came in to drive?
They're going to be coming in to drive.
Okay, so if they come from another state that already has a CDL, we would be able to verify whether that's so. And we will honor their stateside CDL
So there's
temporarily.
Reciprocity?
Yes, temporarily, yes.
For any state?
For any state, as long as they have
Okay.
a CDL.
And if they don't have it, they'll be restricted from driving.
If they don't have it, they can go through the same process to get an endorsement, like our local drivers do.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. That's Senator Avery Lewis. You recognize for your burning question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, good day, testifiers, and to the people of the Virgin Islands. As to the previous senator, we do have legislation in place going through as it pertains to the CDL and the point system. It's before legal counsel at this time. So pretty soon we'll be hearing it. Ms. McIntosh, your old home in Subbase, that building wasn't yours, right?
Yes, actually it was, from what yes, it was. When I say yours, meaning there was a BMV lease.
Yeah, but I mean, what's the status on it?
It's scheduled for it has to be demolished first so that we could rebuild.
And you have funding for it already? We have.
Yes, we do. We have funding. We have FEMA funds.
FEMA funds?
Yes.
All right, thank you. That's it for me, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Senator College Joseph, I'm sorry? When are you clear on when? Well, she indicated earlier that the inspection lane is still actively being used down there, so there's they're unable to do the demolition at this time.
We can't do the demolition with the active operation back there.
Senator College Joseph, you recognize for your burning question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Am I allowed to only ask one question? I have two. I wanted to ask you about succession planning. I don't think that's a conversation we have had so far, but I would love to understand if you've been looking at it and taking steps seriously. I know I see Mr. Cricky here. He might be the youngest on your executive team. Maybe. I'm just saying maybe. I can't see all the way over there. But how are you looking with succession planning? And what is your vision?
Every one of us here, well, I guess with the exception of me, every person on this panel has a person or two within their office that is being trained currently to take over in the event that none of us are here. Including, a matter of fact, we just hired a new or promoted an office manager on St. Croix who was the administrative assistant for that office. And the new person that's going to take over as administrative assistant is from that office. So we try our best whenever we have vacancies that we fill and promote from within. So even, let's say, in our monthly meetings or executive level meetings, we make sure that we include those employees as well, so they would know exactly what to do if those of us are there. So like Mr. Creaky, for example, let's talk about Mr. Creaky. He is our compliance auditor and more, right? Mm-hmm. So he at a glance, if you see Mr. Creaky's dashboard and spreadsheet at a glance, I could tell you everything that's going on in the operation because he did just that. Okay. Right? And so those are the type of things that we are encouraging our employees to do so that when the opportunities arise, that they're the ones who are going to be able to handle these positions.
Okay, with that very in-depth answer, I don't think the chairman would let me ask another question.
So if you have a follow-up question or you have additional questions, Senator,
I just want to
satisfy yourself.
I don't try to satisfy myself. I try to satisfy others and the Almighty God overall. So I wanted to ask you, and I started off with that question. Do you comply with Homeland Security protocols for your Real ID? Are you in compliance?
Yes, Senator, we are.
Okay, thank you so kindly.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Director McIntosh, how many employees do you have making under $35,000?
Senator, if I Just 1 minute so Ms. Michelle could get me that information,
Okay.
please.
In the meantime, I'll recognize Senator DeGraff for this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, good. I just read that one down. I'll wait for that answer. And okay, you said you had 63 employees. How many were on general fund and how many were on the BMV fund? While you're getting that under 30.
We have to find that as well.
Okay, they just gave it to me a little while ago, so I'm ready to go for it.
Go ahead.
Simonia Michelle, there are 51 employees on the general fund, and there are 12 employees on the BMV fund.
Okay, and the chair's question on the how many under 30?
There are 4 employees who make under $35,000.
Okay. Okay, I'm good, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that rounds out our inquiry for today. Director McIntosh, what about your current mission statement, your tasking that gives you reason for pause? What keeps you up at night?
What keeps me up at night, Senator, is our facilities. It's no secret that I really wish that we had a more lofty, better place for our employees to work in a different environment. And also myself, I actually work in those trailers as well. And my employees, honestly, the well-being of the staff. Can I have some water, please?
Sure, of course, of course.
So in speaking to some of my staff, which I do very often, I get to, get an insight into, what they deal with on a daily basis. Some of them personal and some coming to work, every day. They really put their best foot forward. And so I every day try to think of how I can make it better. How I can make their lives a little bit more easier, more comfortable. It's easy to say that's their personal problem, but they're here with us for 8 hours, a lot more time than they probably with their family. So that keeps me up at night. It sure does. I think we've done a pretty decent job of adjusting some salaries by adjusting the job description. Right? Remember when I came to office, most of our staff was data entry clerks, making $27,000. So we were able to successfully change the job description to customer service, and that hence increased the salary and why we only have 3 under $35,000. So I'm pretty proud of that. But for the magnitude of work that the employees would do on a daily basis, and as everybody can attest to their level of service and professionalism, we wish we will have 100% on board. We got to admit, everybody is not with us, but we are there. All right, and so the staff and our buildings, that keeps me up at night.
Very well understood. And you're doing frequent air quality tests and making sure that our mold counts are down and everything like that.
Yes, we do. As a matter of fact, in all 3 offices so far, we have done deep cleaning last month. Yeah, last month. Yeah.
You wanted to speak on that?
Yes, Senator. Patrick Sproul, Assistant Director. On all 3 islands, I think St. John was the last one that was up there. St. Croix, I guess there's one on a regular basis, as well as St. Thomas as well.
Excellent, excellent. I'll give you a minute to wrap up at this time.
Alrighty, Senator Francis and the members of the 36th Legislature and the other senators present today, we want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to present our budget for 2026. We do look forward to getting our full request so that we could effectively fulfill our motto of excellence is all we do. On behalf of the excellent men and women of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Motor Vehicles, we want to thank you and the public. We want to thank the public especially for your kind words, your comments, your words of encouragement and support that you have given to us. Because of you is why we do what we do, and we are able to be as successful as we are. Once again, I say thank you. I will be remiss if I don't say, on behalf of the Brian Roach administration, which is who I work for, that they have basically giving us the opportunity, or the governor have said, look, this is your mandate, this is what you're required to, this is what I ask of you, and I think we've all done that exceptionally well. Again, we want to thank you.
Very well. You're very welcome. And certainly when you look at the return on investment, you're asking for $3,596,365. And obviously your revenue collections continue to be upward of $10 million. So the return on investment is worthwhile. So certainly I believe that we need to continue to support this endeavor. You are one of the wheels on the bus that keep all of us funded and keep us being able to provide services to this community. So again, I want to commend the work of the rank and file of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, and I just simply ask that you continue to put your best effort forward despite the challenges. And certainly I believe that the time has come for us to really work towards some improvement, infrastructure improvement, because the employees have had to endure this for quite some time. And we should make some effort, collectively to address this particular issue. And while we can't build a Taj Mahal, I think that we have to provide them with a better facility for them to be able to work out of. So that's my commitment. So the Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance, we'll stand in recess until 1300 hours, 1 o'clock. Committee stands in recess. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is out of recess. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the item in block number 2.
Block 2, VI Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation, invited testifier, Vincent Roberts, Commissioner nominee. This concludes the reading of Block 2, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. At this time, we will go to the testifiers table. Good afternoon. Commissioner nominee, Vincent Roberts.
Good afternoon, Senator.
All right. At this time, you can introduce yourself as well as your staff. Your staff will be able to introduce themselves.
Vincent Roberts, Commissioner nominee, Sports, Park and Recreation.
Good afternoon, Carol Peters, Director of Business and Finance Management.
Let's get it again, please, a little bit louder.
Good afternoon, Carol Peters, Director of Business and Finance Management.
Good afternoon, Richard Clendenin, Youth Community Coordinator.
Good afternoon, Relina Pell, Human Resources Manager.
Good afternoon, Jamila Henry, District Administrator for St. Croix Sports and Recreation.
Very well, and we do have a representative on St. Croix.
A recovery specialist.
Let's get her name again, Earle.
Earle Abel.
Very well, thank you. At this time, Commissioner nominee, you go proceed with your testimony.
Honorable Novel E. Francis Jr., Chairman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance of the 36th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands. Other committee members, non-committee members, present, central staff, listening and viewing audience, good afternoon. I am Vincent Roberts, the Commissioner nominee of the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation, before you to provide testimony on the department's proposed Fiscal Year 2026 budget. First, allow me to introduce my leadership team. Present is Ms. Carol Peters, Director of Business, Finance and Finance Management. Ms. Relina Pell, Territorial Human Resources Manager. Ms. Jamila Henry, District Administrator, Sports and Recreation, District of St. Croix. Mr. Richard Clendenin, Youth Community Coordinator, District of St. Thomas. Unable to join due to them being out of the territory with the USVI National Salbar Federation is Ms. Renee Hansen, Assistant Commissioner, District of St. Croix. Mr. Elroy Hill, Deputy Director of St. John, and Mr. Leon Martin, District Administrator, Sports and Recreation, District of St. Thomas, St. John. And joining from the St. Croix Senate Chambers is Mr. Earle Abel, Territorial Disaster Recovery Specialist. At this time, I would like to thank our Budget Operations Analyst at the Office of Management and Budget, Ms. Deanna Jeffers, for her continued assistance. through the utilization of parks and facilities for local events, sports tourism, and other forms of recreation for locals and visitors, DSPR contributes to the economic growth and development of the territory. To assist in accomplishing its mission, vision, and strategic goal, DSPR proposed fiscal year 2026 general fund budget is $9,272,040. This budget consists of $4,916,981, or 53% for personal services, $2,943,684, or 31% for fringe benefits, $161,029.49, or 2% for supplies, $445,354, or 5% for other services and charges, and $805,000, or 9% for utility services. The DSPR proposed 2026 budget consists of the following. Personnel service is $4,916,000, $4,916,980, broken down into classified positions at $3,858,651, unclassified positions at $973,990, overtime at $58,000, night differential compensation at $16,340, and other differentials at $10,000. Fringe benefits are $2,943,684 and broken down by employer contribution retirement at $1,066,597, FICA at $304,853, Medicare at $71,297, health insurance premium at $1,445,559, and workers' compensation premiums at $55,378. The supplies budget includes operating supplies at $30,889, vehicle supplies at $45,500, repair and maintenance supplies at $59,116, data processing software at $8,200, clothing and cloth material at $2,150, small tools and minor equipment supplies at $15,166, for a total supplies budget of $161,021. The other services budget is comprised of professional services of $52,926, communications of $86,172, travel of $8,000, transportation not travel of $6,500, advertising and promotion of $22,481, repairs and maintenance of $72,412, rental land building of $30,850, debris removal of $7,490, automotive repair and maintenance of $34,023, bulk tickets of $2,500, training of $12,000, and the non-operational miscellaneous grants of $110,000, leading to a proposed budget for our services at a total of $445,354. In addition to personnel services, fringe benefits, supplies, and other services, the DSPR's proposed FY26 executive budget includes a utilities budget of $805,000. DSPR's total proposed fiscal year budget is divided into 3 divisions: the Division of Facilities, Parks, and Open Spaces, the Division of Sports and Recreation, and the Office of the Commissioner Business Office. The Division of Facilities, Parks, and Open Spaces oversees the maintenance of facilities, public parks, beaches, open spaces, and recreational areas under the department's authority. The proposed operating budget for this division is $4,034,013, which represents 44%. It consists of $1,971,845 for 49% for personnel services, $1,367,100